Hey, welcome back to our regularly scheduled program. Good discussion with IAASB, and I think that's an important milestone on our way to approval of the standard later this week. We're going to turn now to audit evidence and risk response. I think the floor will be Jesper's, and we'll turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Tom. And it will not just be me, it will also be Anna and Henken who will be presenting to you today. First of all, I want to start by thanking staff and also the focus group for their input on the documents that we will discuss today. So the project proposal and the revised list of issues related to risk response, to the risk response side of this project. So from the staff team, we have Anna, Henken, Megan, and myself. And then the focus group consists of Julie, Vishal, Sachiko, Edo, and Warren. And then in addition, I also wanted to thank, before we dive into it, Sue and Kalina. They provided us throughout the project with useful input on audit evidence related matters on the project proposal, and also on the integration of issues related to audit evidence and risk response. And with that, Michelle, can we go to the next slide? So today we have in total 3 hours, so 90 minutes before lunch and then 90 minutes after. And we are very much interested in your input on the project proposal and then the list of issues we identified relating to the risk response side of this project. On the project proposal, so this is the first draft, and yeah, we're very much interested to hear what your comments are on it, and it's really with the aim to get the input and that we can then finalize it in December. And on the issues, there were we've made some changes to those that you've seen in March. So we're interested in your views on that and whether you still find they're complete. It's a complete list, whether there's anything else, and also whether you agree with the description. If you can go to the next slide, yes. So this is the information gathering. So we've done a lot of information gathering since the March meeting, and really the idea was to get a more thorough understanding of the issues that we identified. We had, of course, before the March meeting, we did the initial information gathering, and therefore we identified the issues, but we really want the deeper understanding that we obtained right now by doing more information gathering activities will also help us right now in addressing the issues especially when we start opening up the standards. So we bucketed the information gathering activities in 3 categories. The first one is the targeted outreach. So since March, we reached out to various stakeholders and we obtained input from the Forum of Firms, IFAC's Small and Medium Practices Advisory Group, IFIAR's Standard Coordination Working Group, IASCO's Committee 1, and also from national standard setters as part of the NSS meeting. In addition to that, we engaged with inspection teams from the CEAOB, and they provided us with illustrations of issues faced by inspectors when dealing with audit engagement, and then specifically, of course, related to ISA 330 and ISA 520 related matters. So I think it's important to note that by doing all this outreach, there were no new issues identified. So that is, I think that gives us a lot of comfort on the way forward, and we did get a more thorough understanding of the issues. And like a summary, you've seen the summary of what we've heard in the issues paper in Appendix 1. So the second topic are as we call them, the desktop-based activities. Many of these activities we already started doing before the March meeting, and we just continue then. They include a further analysis of comment letters of previous projects that we've done at the IAASB, the review of relevant non-authoritative materials issued by the IAASB, but also by other standard setters. Also more review of inspection finding reports that were issued since March. And then lastly, we also reviewed consultation papers, exposure drafts, and other final standards from other standard setters. And here I think it's mainly to highlight the ones from the PCAOB. They issued 2 consultation papers, one on designing and performing substantive analytical procedures, and another one on designing and performing audit procedures that involve technology-assisted analysis of information in electronic form. So we went through those as well. Then the last bucket is the consultation and other activities. So we had a lot of consultations and outreach, more within the organization, I guess. First of all, of course, with the focus group. We had several calls and one in-person meeting in which we discussed the project proposal, the integration of audit evidence and risk response related issues, and then as well like the risk response related issues that we had identified. On the input from the focus group, so they have seen draft versions of these documents which are presented today, but they have not seen the final version. So I'm sure like there will be some comments therefore as well from focus group members, but that's anyway the idea of this staff-driven model. Other consultations that we, for example, did, we also had a meeting with Willy and James to get input on what we're doing and get direction. Of course, then we had coordinated with the technology consultation group and project staff, ethics, and then with Sue and Kalina on audit evidence related matters. The other thing on that we're doing on consultations was the liaison with the IAAER. That's the academics, international, I don't know actually what it exactly stands for. I should have written that down, but I was struggling with that. But the academic research, so they did a literature review for us. And they're also in the process of arranging interviews with practitioners to better understand the challenges they encounter related to ISO 330 and ISO 520. And if you go to the next slide, this is basically the slide that shows a little bit the whole process from where we were in March up to where we are right now today. So you see on the left side the information gathering activities that I talked about, and that provided us with a better understanding of the issues related to ISO 330 and ISO 520. And of course, we also took into account the comments from the board that we've heard in March. And based on that understanding, we streamlined the issues. So we merged some, we took some out, and that's why we got from the 29 issues that we had in March to the 14 that we are presenting today to you in agenda item 6B. In appendix 2 to this issues paper, you will find an overview of how we got from these 29 issues to the 14, and also the reasoning for that. So once we had a good overview of the issues related to risk response, we started to integrate these issues. We have the view that having an integrated list of issues is best reflect the integrated approach that is included in the strategy and work plan. And as you can see from the issues paper, we also considered different options and concluded that this is the way forward, that we think is the best way forward. So on the actual integration of the issues, so you have the list of the 14 issues that we identified. Then we use from audit evidence the issues that they had in their project proposal, and that's where we started to match them. So a summary of how we did that integration of these issues is included in appendix 3 to the issues paper. So simultaneously with developing the issues, we also were thinking about the public interest objectives, and also on the actions to resolve these issues, and that's what you'll see today in the project proposal. So if we go to the next slide, it is the slide on the interaction with our work and the technology position. It already, of course, came up several times yesterday when we were discussing the technology position. So I just wanted to highlight a few other things I won't repeat, like why there's almost the alignment is not 100% there, because we discussed that. So I do want to highlight that we've been closely involved and coordinated with the staff on the technology position and also the technology working group. So Anna was involved in the gap analysis, and then of course also the development of the project proposal. We also had regular catch-up meetings between staff, between the different projects, and we also participated in one technology consultation group meeting in which the gap analysis was discussed. So so we have been a lot of coordinating between these group, and it was just really the timing of these two projects that it hasn't been fully aligned. We also have on this slide a key insight from the preliminary gap analysis, and that is really that the view is that we could start with this project before we even start a possible project on technology related to quality management. So I thought it was also important to highlight that one. And with that, I'll hand it over to Anna to discuss the famous slide that Angelo referred to yesterday.
Thanks, Dato. Yes, this handover point does mean that I'm the person who's left with facing that task of facing your, what was it, the risk of material disappointment in a slide that has potentially been upsold somewhat. But really it is a slide that is aimed to start to answer your questions on the interaction of this preliminary gap analysis and the audit evidence and risk response project proposal. So let me see, with that in mind, if I can just walk you through the slide a little bit and provide you a bit more flavor or detail about the extent of that interaction currently, and just clarify how the project proposal currently interacts with it and what we intend to actually do about it between now and December somewhat. And I suppose the first contextual piece of information that Jasper's flagged already somewhat is that the current language of the proposed actions, the two projects we talked about working concurrently on the gap analysis and the project proposals, we'd actually landed on some suggested actions before the gap analysis was performed. And so we decided early on that we wouldn't go back and make last minute revisions to those proposed actions to reflect any extra language in the gap analysis, purely because we were really curious to receive all of your input on both documents before we started making changes in either of them. And so that was why they might feel even more loosely aligned than you might have hoped. Having said that, because as Jasper said, I was involved in sort of the gap analysis process itself, and we read through obviously the latest versions. We do feel like the main topics or opportunities, I suppose, and I'll start calling this an opportunity analysis, that were identified in that document in Agenda Item 5 are reflected, albeit loosely, through actions that are currently in the project proposal. So it won't give you that paragraph by paragraph what topic is exactly linked to what action, and you won't see an action, for example, that if the opportunity said there's an opportunity to clarify X, you will not see an action that proposes necessarily exactly X, but that's because of that difference in timing. Having said that, an example, for example, of the links that might not seem obvious, but that we feel are already, there's an attempt at building them in, relates, for example, to theme 6, which is around addressing entities' use of technology in particular. I think that one was specifically called out yesterday, about really ensuring that the auditor's work effort is appropriately responsive to the entity's use of IT and the entity's, any risks arising from the use of IT in the entity. And while we don't explicitly have an action that has exactly those words, we have a number of actions that would actually address some aspects of that. So for example, we have an action that relates to considering the auditor's effectively response to deficiencies in control environments with a specific focus, for example, on general IT controls that may exist within an entity. And we also have a broader, I suppose, action and an area of focus around integrating or more closely aligning, I'll say, ISO 315 revised 2019 and ISO 330. And that's where a lot of current material on the entity's use of IT sits. And so almost naturally through that process, there will be an alignment and a bridging of some of those opportunities. Having said that, we'll touch on this later briefly when we talk about our way forward. But between now and December, and as you heard yesterday, there will be a process of further alignment and of determining, based on your feedback on all of the actions, the level of detail that might be that might improve the project proposal as it currently is. And based on all of the feedback, both to the technology piece and the project proposal, we'll come up with a enhanced version that should address the concerns that some of you might have had. So having said all of that, I'm just going to take a breath because rather than inviting comments on this piece in particular, just yet, you will have an option. We have a broad question later on. So I'll just pause right now, but then turn actually on seeking views on the actual development of the project proposal itself, and it's how we got there. So bear with me. Basically, you have now heard from Jasper the journey that we've been on in sort of gathering information, finding out more about the issues, figuring out if there were issues that standard setting action really would potentially actually resolve. And so we are very excited to obviously have come to you with a first draft of this project proposal and really get your input, your thoughts, your comments to really enhance it, to make it as clear, concise and responsive to the public interest ultimately as it can be. So just a few notes before I do just open the floor to the question that is currently on the slide. Obviously, as Jasper said, the project proposal that we present is this integrated approach that captures, effectively it picks up where the holding package of ISO 500, proposed ISO 500 revised was paused, and it integrates it all into a concurrent revision of 3 standards. So, and then based on effectively our underlying focus on ensuring that our standards appropriately support and enhance and are appropriate to make sure that audit quality is at the forefront so that we serve the public interest, we effectively described in our introduction that rationale of really ultimately that is the objective of this project is to really contribute further to enhance audit quality. And so those 2 objectives really reflect that, not just the language of the public interest framework, which some of you might have picked up on, but really it reflects that ultimate perspective that fundamentally, currently, at least, our standards are applied by human beings, not technology. Well, we can pause that debate for another day. But so our objectives do talk about facilitating consistent practice and behaviors, so really talking about behaviors. And so with that note, I'll pause there and open up the floor for comments and invite comments on these areas.
Okay, we're dealing with all the paragraphs up to 25 in the draft project proposal. Anyone want to lead us off? Eric?
Thanks. This is in relation to paragraph 23, which is the following the guiding principles of the technology position statement. I see you've covered some of the principles, but not all of them, and I just wasn't sure why that would be the case, why you wouldn't go through them all that are relevant to this project. So, for example, there's a couple of principles called embracing technology-driven innovations and addressing the impact of technology used by entities, which are not referenced there. So I was just wondering how those are going to be dealt with. Thanks.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you so much. It's actually just a minor point in 24 little a. I'm just struggling with the context with reinforcing the application of professional judgment, because when you think about the issues and the responses there, I don't feel we're reinforcing. We're almost working to enhancing it or supporting it. It's not reinforcing, because that would almost seem like we're already there. We already understand what the issues are and we can already get there. We're just reinforcing it. So maybe we need to articulate that slightly differently and just be a bit more transparent about what we mean in terms of the application of judgment and skepticism in this context. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Sue, sorry. Blocked by the tissue box.
That's fine. At least I'm not falling off the edge like this morning. That's brilliant. Thank you for the team and for the work done here. And Jasper, you mentioned the interaction that we've had in in dealing with the kind of handover from 500. A couple of points, like the explanation around the interplay with the technology position statement was helpful. But like Eric, I did have a couple of fairly big questions around, particularly that principle one about embracing innovation. I think that's something we've got the opportunity to build on, and then also perhaps building on the discussion we had yesterday, that the gap analysis on 520 I think is going to be important here. And then just a small point probably on paragraph 24, which is referencing internal control and the desire to enhance the focus on internal control. I understand where the comments are coming from. We also need to be careful that we're not, we are looking at this in the context of an audit of financial statements rather than in the context of an internal control audit, and conscious of scalability, because the standards apply right across the board, and what might be relevant when we've been discussing, multinational banks may be less relevant elsewhere. So just as we start working through that, I think, just being conscious of those factors. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. And thanks for the work to get to this point. Just reflecting on yesterday's discussion about the sort of the toolbox approach to, there's some issues, how do we best intervene? And updating or refreshing standards is one of the tools in toolbox. I was just trying to marry that discussion with what we've got here. Have we already filtered these issues and said there's a standard setting intervention needed, or is that a step that we do need to do, or is that what you have in mind when we work through the issues? I'm just trying to connect up the discussion. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you. Okay, so I think we talked a lot about technology yesterday, and just going to repeat and pile on that the connectivity to this project obviously still needs some work, right? And how it pulls through so that it is not two separate projects. The other observation I have is I'm not really clear on where we go with the holding of ISA 500. I mean, we were fairly far along in that, and we know what some of the issues were. So I want to make sure we're not going backwards. We just go forward. And though it was a long time ago from that point. And my other point is also, I think, on 25. I think I'd like, in the context of what some other people have said, I think I'd like 25 to be internal controls and understanding internal controls, not necessarily jumping to, an internal controls audit or testing the internal controls. And that ties into the scalability piece. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Anna?
Thank you. And thank you for that feedback. I can answer, I suppose I'll give a preliminary answer to at least one of the questions around why the specific 3 principles that were called out from the position statement. And really, of the 8 guiding principles that there were, I know that there was a number of conversations about the order of them and so on. And when I read them, and we read them as a team, these 3 felt very much like the application principles that could actually be reflected in actions that we could take. So we could actively remove barriers, we could actively do something about scalability, we could actively consider introducing requirements. But that's not to say that the other principles were irrelevant in the process, but fundamentally that the actions, these guiding principles effectively felt more like actionable oriented ones that were relevant in the context of a project proposal. But I hear the point, and will we can, as we revise and reflect on that alignment, Wendy, of the technology piece and this project, that can also filter through. I think that's the main question I wanted to reply to. Sorry.
Maybe to answer to Greg. Oh, yeah, Greg, your question. So if I understand it correctly, so the issues that you're seeing in here in this project proposal and the actions, they're all things that we think standard setting related action could be useful. Of course, what we exactly gonna do, what we'll develop in the as we start opening up these standards. But of course, there's the linkage again with the gap analysis where we still need to do further work. What's been highlighted, and I think so. I hope that helps. On, you want to come in? Yeah.
I figured that we'd determined by having them in the list here that there was some standard setting action, but what else, is that enough? Or are there some of these issues where we need to tweak the standard and there's also some, other response? So it's just that broader context of how do we respond to these issues? Yes, we can tweak the standard. That's one of the tools, but we're not limited to that. And in fact, if these are tricky areas, there could well be other interventions. So it's just seeing the broader connections.
Yeah, and that's correct. That I think Willy also want to come in, but like it's these are the things that we identified right now. Of course, there's always a way that we can do other things as well. But if you already think right now, we need to do more, or you have something specific then on these actions, then we would like to include that in this project proposal, because otherwise there's also the risk of scope creep that you think of starting with this standard, and then you're adding up to 10 non-authoritative guides as well. So if there are specific things you would like to add, then yes, would like to hear about that.
Josephine?
Yeah, thank you. So, Greg, I was just thinking about what you're saying, and I was going to raise this to point number 4, which is, or is there anything else? But I think this project potentially has, if we are looking at requirements, application material, scope creep into methodology. So, for example, there's one ISA 500 Explorer. There are additional application material examples or other guidance may be needed to assist auditors with evaluating the relevance and reliability of information. So how far are we going to do that before we're starting to develop methodology? So it's almost related to your point, and then there's some other ones. There's a point in 6 on ISA 330, and then in 6B in the risk papers. So I think we have to be very, very careful about making sure we are ring fencing exactly what we want to do. So perhaps there's something about when we put down these actions, are we focusing on principle? Are we focusing on application material? How do we make sure we're not moving into methodology? Then also, are we thinking about implementation guidance, which is not a methodology either. It's more examples and more explanation, education, if you like. So that's one of my concerns about the way that we've written some of these actions. So it's sort of related in a way. Yeah. Thank you, Jasper.
Willy?
Well, after the summary from Jasper and Josephine, I actually just wanted to make sure that we invite the board. This is why we've put this list in front of you. So please tell us, do we have the issues right? Do you believe it is a standard setting action? Do you believe something else is needed? Just bearing in mind, I think both Jasper and Josephine referred to it, we do need to be careful of scope creep, because we do need to try and put boundaries around this so the team can commit to that, do that. That's not to say something else cannot be done. But I think in terms of the project and the deliverable we want to produce, we just need to be very clear. And to Josephine's point is that if there's things we can do to contextualize that better, that is really what we want. This is the opportunity. Remember the last time you saw these issues were in March. We collapsed them. We've got a reconciliation of that. As Jasper has said, we've done a lot of outreach, and what really what I was left with is the fact that nobody identified any issue that we didn't have already. And nobody disagreed with any issue that we had. Although, like Jasper said, they provided us with further information, more nuance, better understanding the issue. But that's the type of input we really need today.
Neil?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to the team for putting this together. I mean, the one question I wanted to ask at this stage is around if we go back to the technology position. Obviously, it's currently in draft, right? So we'll tighten that up and we'll finalize the technology position. But then the thing with the technology position is that we're going to revise it. Now, my experience has been that once we lock in a project plan, the project plan's locked in, but it's connected to something which is a living document. So what's our plan to be able to have this project plan be a little bit more reactive to the evolution of the technology position?
I think one of the things, this is sort of the art of standard setting, too. You know, our teams all work in tandem with each other, Neil, and I'm hoping that we're not seeing that great moves in terms of our technology position over time. Like, I think you're going to want to see evolutions possibly, but if we get the project proposal generally right, and we reflect our thinking at the moment through this next few months, right? We're not asking for approval, and we're going to evolve some of our thinking on the gap analysis, et cetera. I think we should feel relatively comfortable with where we are in a project proposal that will carry forward for the next 24 months or so. And so I think it's a good reminder that we have to stay connected and that we can't have one part of the organization driving this way and another part going the other way. But I think we are connected enough, and maybe what we ask the board to do is provide that discipline around that board table if we're not being consistent over time. Wendy?
Since you took me back to the technology position and Anna's comment about material disappointment or something like that, in the gap analysis, and this does tie into 25, the part that talks about facilitating and where appropriate, encouraging auditors' use of technology, there was a place in the gap analysis where we started to define some terms, and I would like that to come out and be consistent throughout that project and this project. So that was not material disappointment in that gap, and that was actually very good, and I'm sorry that I didn't say it yesterday, so I'm saying it here. But in all seriousness, when we start to do, in little I, we say auditor's use of technology. That is really broad. What does that mean? So we need to define that throughout and consistently. Thank you.
Okay.
Sue.
Sue?
Tissue box again. Since Josephine brought it up, I just wanted to say I had exactly the same comment around the prescriptiveness in some of the things, and the way that it looks in certain places as though we're veering into methodology. And actually there were a couple of places in the detailed tables where you've got something at the end of all the things that are in the holding package for 500, and then there's a kind of and anything else. We've already been dancing that tightrope, I think, on the stuff for 500, and there are some suggestions. There's a list of things that can be done for non-authoritative guidance. So I'd just be wary of too much there. And in the context of the earlier part of the document, there's very little reference to kind of non-authoritative guidance. And when you look at some of the areas, particularly something like analytical procedures, it may be that is positioned much better in that kind of material to, to again address some of the concerns we've had.
Okay. Jasper?
And maybe just to one thing, I just want to respond to Wendy's earlier comment on 500 and the linkage with that. Like what the idea about this is, of course, I think you saw on the list of issues that there with the asterisks, what actions that were already performed by the audit evidence task force. And then in paragraph 32, is this really trying to restate that, like we're not trying to deliberate any of these matters. Like it's, unless of course when the new actions are, like when something occurs, that it requires a change. So that's why we added this specifically, this paragraph 32 in there, is to indicate that we're not going to redebate all the issues that were coming out of the audit evidence project.
Okay. I think should we move on to the next section?
Thank you, and thank you obviously for all of this input and these good questions that we can reflect on as we go forward. So this next question that we have for you, where we need your input, obviously you'll see we're veering out of the project proposal itself, but purely because this process was necessary to ultimately get to the project proposal. So in order to have the scope of a project proposal that appropriately reflected issues related to risk response, we had to follow the direction we were given, obviously, in March to go and think about how we might refine, revise, adjust an initial set of issues. And so really, agenda item 6B reflects the outcome of that process. And so we found, we've already touched on it, but obviously some issues could be linked, some issues could be considered non-standalone issues. And so really, we're looking forward to that feedback, considering the extent to which really these issues were fundamental in then shaping the issues that are reflected in the project proposal itself and the actions to respond to them. So with that, I'll just open to whoever would like to go first.
So risk response, just getting referred to the paragraph numbers. No,
Sorry,
it's
agenda
this
item
is
6B.
26B. Let's just go 1 second. Let's make sure that we all know what we're responding to here.
So it's the separate agenda item 2B,
Ah,
where we develop the issues further, we collapse them into the ones, and yeah, so it's that one, 6B.
okay. So we're dealing with theme 1. All of them.
Yeah, so on this, basically the question on whether on the issues we presented related to the risk response side, is this a complete list? Do you agree with the descriptions?
So the whole agenda item 6B. Okay, Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. Well, my comment is more a general comment rather than a specific comment on this point. I feel that we are trying to identify points where both ISAs are not working well. And I feel that to be more confident that we are in the right direction, it would be convenient to open a public consultation, because we don't know what practitioners in general think about this point. My impression is the list is complete, but I don't know what the other practitioner think about this list. And at the end of the day, the problems in the standards could be verified in the practitioners public. Thank you.
Christian?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for the team, for the work that you propose, and I'm fully supportive for the project proposal. I have 2 points. The first one is on the overall consistency and coherence of ISA 330 with ISA 315 and ISA 500. I believe that the project team shall remain open to reorganization of the standards, moving requirement from one standard to another, merging or splitting standards. If we create clarity, I think that the integrated approach is a unique occasion to simplify and move things on the right place. And my second comment is on the issue R3, on difficulties with understanding the rationale for and with operationalizing the requirement in ISA 330, paragraph 18. I think that after strengthening requirements related to the auditor's work on internal controls, substantive procedures may be less useful in certain situations. For example, highly automated environments or entities providing intangible services, banking or telecommunication services. This presents situations in which internal control testing can provide more meaningful evidence than substantive procedures. Thank you.
Anyone else on risk response? Anna?
So, no, thank you.
Let Billy wants to come in.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, because the comment that Hernan made touches on the due process point. And we have to say, have we appropriately considered when we go to a project proposal that we have a sufficient basis for proposing that project proposal and for us to go forward, including is there a need for broader public consultation, roundtables, field testing, all those type of things. So seeing that a board member has brought that up, we need to decide on that. So Jasper has given you an overview of the outreach that we've already done in terms of getting to the issues that we have. But that's a board decision. You know, is it, well, take this, put it in a discussion paper, go out for consultation, get that back, and then go to the project proposal. That's what we need to decide. So has the activities that we've already done, if sufficiently informed us to go ahead with this project proposal, or do we need more input? Do we believe we will hear different things, more things, etc.?
Anyone want to comment based upon what we heard from the staff team, whether more needs to be done? Josephine?
Thank you, Lily. Yes, I was sort of scratching my head on that, on Hernan's point as well. I would say that we have certainly done enough research prior to coming to this point, and obviously we'll have some comments on some of the issues and the objectives as we go through it today to tighten things up, and maybe others will have some additional points having done outreach, but I think we're in a very good position to go to project proposal. Thank you.
Sachiko?
Thank you. I have the same reaction with Josephine. I think it's sufficient to move forward, and I think people need something, and I think we need to start right now in terms of the timeliness. That is my additional comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai?
Thank you, and same view for me. We've done a lot of outreach, and a lot of these issues are things that we've heard through other outreach before. I think that the outreach we've done now supports that by not identifying any new outreach. I think for sure we've done enough to start this project.
And don't forget, we've had the benefit of an exposure draft phase already on 500, and another round with our advisory council coming up. Sue?
Well, I'm in the same place. I feel we're in a good place to go for project proposal. As you've just said, we've gone through exposure draft, and a lot of the initial impetus for this project is based on the feedback from 500 and also the strategy. And we have also slowed down the progress on 500 to be able to pick up the extra points that were raised during that consultation period. So I feel that there's been extensive outreach to get to this position, and we should progress to project proposal and everything as quickly as possible.
Is everyone raising their tent to say they agree with that position? Or if your tent is up to say you agree, have it noted. But if you want to come in, please feel free. Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. I agree, but I also think we shouldn't lose sight of during any of these projects that we continue to do reach out. So, and that's something that I learned maybe in fraud or going concern, I don't remember, but it does continue, and it is addressed in one of the appendix of some of the additional places to go. for research. And I think one other point I want to make is we shouldn't lose sight when we're doing this, and I don't think that we do, but that these standards are for not only listed companies and not only PIEs, they need to be very principled so that they can be scalable all the, you know, for everybody that uses the ICEs and then later for LCE. So I am perfectly comfortable that we have enough information today to move forward. Thank you.
Bill?
This is probably my ignorance, and so please bear with me, but back to Neil's comment about the technology position statement being a living document, yet a project plan cannot change. Why can a project plan not change when a project actually goes over 24 or more months?
I think, Bill, yeah, you're quite right. I mean, there's probably nothing that in the end, it's a board decision. There's nothing that prevents us from tweaking something, adding something, whatever. What we've just learned over the years is we need to be careful of scope creep, because you can end up in a situation where you then never finish the project. And I think we also need to understand that this is stuff we do all the time. We run a lot of things parallel and we get the input. I think Tom is right. I wanted to add the one thing that I would add to what Tom said is, remember, we're also going to write a principle-based standard. So it's not going to deal at the level of detail where every time we think about something different in the technology position, it will necessarily have to be reflected in the standard. So I think we need to be aware. So I think Neil's point is very valid, that we need to continue to balance all these things, and we need to be alert to that. But you're quite right, that at any point in the end, it is the board's project. And in the end, if there is really something where we say, you know, this thing is now completely going off the rails, we need to do X or Y, then again, it's a decision that the board will need to make.
One of the I see as an unintended consequence is our fear sometimes to move forward because we want to get it absolutely 101% before we. So this whole discussion, there's certainly been enough work in my mind, and most people agree. Let's go forward, but let's not shut the door to something that might come up, particularly technology driven, over that journey.
Yeah, what I would not want to see, like, we could be flexible in terms of if the project proposal is ours, we could change it if the board votes to do it, but with a lot of discipline. But it's particularly important that the public interest objectives, the objectives of the project, do not shift. And that's really important for our accountability, our focus. Like, we should be really clear on what we're trying to solve with each project. And I think that is very fixed. Warren.
Yeah. So I'd actually just like to iterate the point Bill's made. And obviously noting the fact that, yes, we've set a specific objective that's linked to a specific public interest focal point. That needs to be the reference. But similarly, while we develop the project proposals and the work plans, which I agree we can advance in that direction, we just must be cautious about crystallizing the ideas too quickly and boxing ourselves into a particular position or a particular view too quickly, because this project does link with the technology one. And I think there is an expectation that we're going to come up with something quite interesting, and not just taking existing paragraphs and expanding on them and saying the same thing in different words and writing lots and lots of application material to labor points that are already sitting in requirements. So I think we just need to make sure that as we advance the project, we keep open the possibility for some exploratory and creative work as we do so.
Okay. I think you got a sense from the board that we've have a comprehensive process to get us to a project proposal. Nothing's holding us back. And some advice from Warren and Bill and others about keeping open-minded. I view some of the specifics below the project objectives to be more highly informed hypotheses about what we're going to do. But going back to the point that was said earlier by Wendy is like, it's part of our due process to constantly speak to people, iterate, deliberate at this table, and that may give us new information that requires us to shift gradually, but mindful of scope creep. Jasper, I think we got the input on risk response and on the due process part.
Thank you, Tom. And Henk will go to the next question.
Okay, so picking up from where Anna left off on coming up with our revised issues on risk response, the next phase that we did as a group was basically to integrate the audit evidence and risk response issues and making sure that we have a full understanding of that and reflecting the feedback, additional feedback that we received from the outreach activities that we have performed since March of 2024. And as Jasper and Anna had noted, we have not identified new issues. And so we are really keen about hearing from the board of their views of the proposed actions that we have laid out in the project proposal, considering that this is the first instance that you might have seen this. Also recognizing the fact that while certain board members have had a view of the proposed actions as part of the focus group, but really this is the first opportunity for the board to collectively have provide feedback on it. And so we want to invite you and your most honest feedback, I guess, on making sure that we are addressing the public interest issues that we're trying to solve as we're revising ISA 500, 520, and 330. And with that, Tom, I turn it over to you for questions.
Okay, we're back to agenda item 6A, issues 1 through 4. Okay, Josephine, lead off. Everyone's reluctant.
So reluctant primarily because the one thing I'd failed to do was congratulate the staff team on the document. I was actually really comfortable where it was. And so some of my points probably might actually feel just a bit picky, but that just shows what a good document it is. So thank you. In terms of issue number 3, I feel a little bit like the SAPs is an afterthought. And yet when you read that issue, that actually seems to read to me that the entire application of 520 is a disaster. so I'm not quite sure that's what you mean. And that would also not be an afterthought. So maybe we need to give this a bit more context and actually maybe separate it and think about really what is the issue here and that we're trying to address. And then in terms of the standback requirement, issue number 4, and it's probably just you need to clarify something. I wasn't quite sure how point 4 actually fits into objective A, and I might just being a little bit dim about it, so I apologize. So maybe it's something you just need to clarify for me today, or something you might want to go away and have a look at. And in terms of the issues, those are the only comments I had. Thank you.
Okay, Sue?
Thanks. I've got some smaller editorials I'll send in, and I've already raised the point about the kind of catch-all phrase around 500 that's in on issues 1 and 2. I did have a point on issue 3, which is there's a comment in 6B, which is RR8. Which is talking about some academic research that highlighted the ways that auditor biases might more easily appear in substantive analytical procedures than other substantive procedures. And I wasn't sure that was fully picked up and reflected in the project plan. And I think that would be a valuable thing to include. And also in issue 3 under 520, I think there's an opportunity there to build in more around the use of technology, particularly things like some of the whole ledger analysis that can be undertaken. Thanks.
Eric?
Thanks, Tom. Generally happy with the first objective. A couple of things that sort of cropped up as I went through it, though, in item number 1, where it talks about ISA 330 and sort of explore how to more consistently prompt auditors to consider blah, blah, blah. I didn't really understand what that meant, and it seemed to be opening up a potential scope creep. So it wasn't clear to me what we were what the need was to start exploring whatever that said. Further down in the standback requirement at issue number 4, I was just wondering if the description of the issue and the actions align appropriately. It seems like the issue is pretty focused, but then the actions seem to be covering a number of different things that seem to go beyond what the issue was. So I was just wondering if they truly matched up properly. Those were just a couple of comments. Thanks.
Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom.
AJ.
Oh, sorry, yes. So talking to, or in my outreach in preparing for the meeting, there was general sense that that this is heading into the right direction. Recognize the issues. We weren't all convinced that it needed to be addressed by this many actions. And there seems to be a propensity in creating an action where it may be doubtful whether that's going to break the bank, or is this addressing a principle that's actually going to matter in practice, or is this just something because we want to tie it together? Just an example then, in issue number 3, under ISA 330, there's the reinforcement of the principle of designing yada yada, but that's already in 500. So we don't need to repeat this here. And so I can also stand back and say, well, that's fine. Okay, ticked off because it's in 500, but we're presenting it under 330. So that was a little bit of sentiment here. I was in issue number 4, and this may be just my reading of it, because I've used the term in that way. When we speak of proliferation of various standback requirements, there seems to be some bias in there in what we think of it, and should be more objectively writing what it is and what we will consider, because that seems to drive you towards a certain outcome. And then a comment, and that may help Eric. So there is a here and there the explore, consider, and I'm happy with it because that also means nothing is going to happen. And I would urge the staff, and as a focus group member, I will do my best to keep discipline as to whether further actions are indeed necessary. But that's how I read it, Eric, and that maybe that help you. It definitely helps me rather than having a concrete action where I'm not sure that action is necessary. Thank you.
Christel?
Thank you. 2 points. I had received the same feedback as Edo during my outreach in France, that there may be perhaps too many issue actions. And my second point is, as mentioned by Josephine just before, we should be cautious to draw the frontier between standards and methodology. For example, in issue 3, related to the following proposed action, explore developing a principle-based framework to support ways for the auditor to evaluate the precision of an expectation and the accepted amount of difference between expected and recorded amounts in an unbiased manner. I wonder whether defining the difference, the acceptable difference between the recorded and the expected amount is not more a question of methodology than a standard. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. And I think I was remiss in my thank yous the first time I spoke. So I thank the team, the resource group, whatever that terminology is. This is another really, it's not that, sorry. Maybe we'll put a definition in for that too.
Well, if we have the discipline, Ed already said he doesn't want to be thanked all the time anyway, so.
All right, so I'm not thanking you, I'm thanking everybody else. So, all right, just a couple of small points. And again, this, I mean, this is really hard. And just something that I think Warren said, I want to make sure that this is an integrated project and technology is not just linked. Okay, because you used the word linked and I wrote it down. I was like, no, it all needs to be integrated together. It's not two separate projects. Is that correct? Okay, good. And a couple small points here. In issue one, one larger point, and I won't repeat it, is that in my reach out, there was a lot of, let's make sure that this is scalable. Let's make sure this isn't directed only to the regulator's feedback. And from a big firm and a big client perspective, you know, it needs to fit all sides. And I did say it earlier, and I'm not going to repeat it again, but it did come up in this section. I just have a couple questions. In issue one, it's the bullet that talks about, and it's in 500, to evaluate the operating effectiveness of controls compared to evidence obtained in determining whether there is evidence of a material misstatement. And I thought maybe that was already in 315 or maybe already in 330. So I'm just questioning if the bullet's in the right place. And then I had in the stand back whether or not, and I don't know if this was already said, but do we need to consider the documentation? Or do we need a bullet about documentation in issue 4? Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? So I think there's a general comment about the discipline of how many standard setting actions we take within these issues, but it doesn't mean we don't consider it. I think there's just a caution about the number of actions in the list of actions we take. Like, be really careful that we're not straying, or that it's not advancing the ball much on it. And then we got a number of helpful suggestions about the specifics as well. So Hank, I'm going to turn back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Very appreciative of all the input. They're all good input, and we're certainly as a group will take it away. I think similar to Tom, I think my biggest takeaway from the feedback was generally to be streamlining perhaps some of the proposed actions that we have in the project proposal. On Josephine's point about the standback requirement, whether that's relevant to objective A, we've had substantive discussions about that, but I think we have an idea of where possibly that could be placed. And then just on the point that Wendy made about the audit evidence and response project and the technology project being the same project, while they are interrelated, not all of the elements or identified opportunities for enhancements identified in the technology position would necessarily be addressed in this project. So I think that's a point that I just had to make. And then happy to move the project proposal forward. I'm excited to also interact with the focus group between now and December. And with that, I think we can proceed to the next question, unless did you want to come in, Jasper?
I think we need to go object to issues 5 to 8. So we got comments on issues 1 to 4.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We just got through objective A. Now, okay. So we're going to do objective B, issues 5 through 8, not 9 through 16. That'll be the next batch. So 5 through 8. Neil.
Tom, I've heard it come up a couple of times around whether we're going to go into methodology or not. And I think just looking at the actual objective itself here, the objective says promote consistent practice and auditor behavior. And that feels to me like an objective that you'd set yourself if you're going to write methodology. Now, how is it that we're going to write a methodology that makes sure that everyone in a firm has consistent practice and auditor behavior? And so the objective itself feels like it's going to lead me to then have actions that would be methodology related. So that's something I'd ask the team to go and look at. Like, did we set the right objective? Because that's going to drive the actions.
Okay. Julie?
It follows a little bit along to Neil's comment, and I should pause there and say thank you for all your hard work. I was also part of the focus group, so I had a little inside track to what this paper was going to say. But it was probably in this section the most that I got the feedback of, are we talking about a methodology, or are we talking about the standards themselves? And it pops up in issue 6 the most. And I would say, so maybe just another look at it. I think I got comfortable with it as a focus group member because we said consider and we said explore, and that might mean we do nothing. But it was a reaction from others that relayed that back to me. And I don't think all of these items, while there's a lot of them, are all created equal. So when I think about some of the real items that will make the most difference, it's not going to be every single one of these bullets. It's probably going to be things that we hear all the time around categorization, obviously technology. The standbacks are still a challenge for people. So I know you can't do it in a project proposal and pick out certain ones that are priority, but I think as you go through, you'll probably want to focus more on the ones that'll make a bigger impact than others. But generally I was happy, but maybe just issue 6, just take another look and make sure we haven't sort of breached from standards to methodology there.
Yeah, it's probably just, and I support the comments just made, but mine is a little bit smaller. But this goes into issue number 5, where in respect of ISA 330, we say we're going to recognize the definition and use the test of controls as set out in ISA 330. Well, what action is that to recognize? Well, it's already defined in a standard. I just don't see the necessity of it, and I don't think it fits in line with what COSP tries to tell us. And I guess this comes to my point, is we have some issues. We are trying to be responsive to everything in there and may have gone a little bit overboard. Thank you.
Okay. Sue?
My comment is on issue number 7, which is about the operating effectiveness of controls obtained in previous periods. And I think the action we have there is entirely appropriate to revisit that. And the comment really is that I think this is an area again where there's a lot of technology impact, and I would encourage you to make sure that the technology element is built in there as well. Thanks.
Eric?
Thanks. So in issue number 5, where it starts talking about the appropriateness of auditor decisions about whether to design, it sounds a bit the way that's written sounds a bit judgmental, as sort of, I'm not sure if this is driven by some inspection findings perhaps, but it wasn't really clear to me what we mean by that issue. We do talk about the inconsistent identification of circumstances, but is that the issue, or is there more to it than that? It's just appropriateness sounded a bit odd to me on that one. On issue number 7, I know Sue just said she supports revisiting the requirement, but it was a bit unclear to me what exactly the focus of the revisiting the requirement actually means. What's the action there? What are we specifically looking at? I like the emphasis that Sue mentioned about technology as being part of that, but it wasn't clear what really we were doing and revisiting. And again, there's a lot of exploring going on, and I think the more we can focus what we're trying to do on each one before we start exploring, I think it will cut down the work effort that's needed on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
So Eric just picked up on something that I was going to ask about, because there is a lot of use of the word explore. And what exactly does that mean? Does that mean we explore it and maybe we're not going to pursue it, or we're definitely going to? Yes? Okay, so that works for me, but in some cases, so let's look at 5. And this all goes back to the broad comment I keep making about this needs to be scalable. It can't only be for big companies where we're going to have to test controls. You know, we need the conditionality, and I see Josephine already shaking her head, but it needs to tie into, it definitely needs to tie into use of technology. So I heard your point before, Hankin, but as we're going through these standards, I think the intent is with this activity to make sure we do have the appropriate technology, however we defined it, baked into these standards, because that's kind of why we stopped audit evidence, and that's why we have the technology position, right? So we're not going to just go as we were going to, we are going to take that into account. But I'm just concerned about, and this is where words matter, where we say explore enhancements related to the design, and this is in 5, of further audit procedures to encourage the use of tested controls. So it sounds like we're already going to that, yet when I read the bullets, I think the bullets are fine. So I feel like there are just some words that might imply that we've already made the conclusion and we're not really exploring. And we should just look at some of that context. And then back to the point that's been made a couple times in the objectives, where it's promote consistent, and this is in objective B, promote consistent practice and auditor behaviors by facilitating, if we could get rid of all those references, it could just be promote effective responses to risk material misstatement. It doesn't need to imply that we are scope creep into methodology.
Okay, if we have, 1 second. If we have language suggestions on what should be, I assume we're going to provide it to the staff team. One thing that we are clear, explore does mean explore, and we'll clarify throughout the document that no decision has been made about the action when we say explore. I think that's the intent is they need to do a complete comprehensive review before they make the decision, but explore could mean we've done it, we think we're in a good place on it, there's nothing more to be done, and it will be deprioritized as an issue. Josephine, did you want to come in?
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what Warren was cautioning right at the beginning, that, let's not just pin these down and say, absolutely, we're covering this and this is exactly what we're going to do. We do need to explore things. And the one thing I wanted to pick up was in terms of issue number 5. And I think that issue is right. I think because it's the issue, and I think part of the concern that I have is that testing controls is an area that really needs better education, because in the regulatory world, we come across situations where people are testing controls and they think they're doing substantive tests, and vice versa. And so there are decisions that an auditor needs to make and needs to understand what it is they're testing, the objective of the test, what the outcome they need to get to, and that actual test. So I felt that the appropriateness of the audit decisions was appropriately articulated in this particular point. Whether or not the action's quite fit, I don't know. I mean, we're going to talk about the proposed actions, aren't we, as well, in part of question 4. But I just wanted to be positive about what they have for for issue 5. Thank you.
Philly?
So, Tom, I just wanted to come in on Neil's point. Neil left us with a little bit of a head scratcher there in terms of, is the objective not in itself driving us to a methodology? And I had a thought about it, and I think we also obviously need to understand it in the context of the role that we fulfill. And the role that we fulfill is to write principle-based standards. And that standards, to the extent that we can do in a standard, we endeavor those standards to promote consistency in practice and behavior of auditors and so on. So I think it is intended to be read in that context. This is very aligned. This is wording from the public interest framework that we've leveraged. So, but I think your point makes a lot of sense is in terms of all the other points we've heard about don't go into methodology. And I think that's a very valid thing that we need to take on board. Remember, and I think this construct was established really when we were busy with 315 revised, that our requirements are intended to say the what. This is what you have to do. And then our application material explains why you do it, and some of the how, but only in terms of how to operationalize the requirement. And it's around that how where we need to make sure that we balance everything and not go into methodology. Because I do think that's important. That's not what we're intending to do here.
Yeah.
And I guess, Billy, that's the difficulty around getting principles and then rules, right? So as soon as you've got these principles, you're going to get interpretations and judgment as to how it gets applied. And that's the how. And to get that consistent, you all need to be doing the same how. And that's where you're going to start going into methodology if you're wanting the consistency. So having principles and consistency in the how are opposite ends of opposite bookends. So that middle ground is very difficult getting that explanation right. And it does sound like we're heading into some of the how too frequently in the actions.
Okay. One of the things I want to be clear, I think we are getting it, that people are giving us their views on both the issues and the proposed actions, which I think is the case. Jesper?
Maybe one thing on the scalability and proportionality. So we used to have an issue related to that. And in the end, we decided to take this one out because it's one of the fundamental things, and it's in the PIF that we're doing that. So we're always looking at the scalability and proportionality. So that is one of the reasons why we used to have an issue on that and why we took it out. But like Wendy, to your point, maybe we should at least bring it somewhere in that that's clear for everyone.
I don't know. To me, like that's how we write standards, though. And so if we're not doing that, we're basically it's like not complying with our general standard setting principles. Okay, Josephine.
Sorry, I was trying to, for once, I was trying to follow the rules and do what the question 3 said and just do the issues. So I've got a couple of
2 and
comments.
3 and 4, though.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that. So I've got comments.
So you're
on-
only half following the rules.
Yeah, half following the rules. So now I do have some comments on some of the actions as well. In terms, so I'll just quickly point back to the earlier ones. And in terms of objective 1, there are a couple of things where we do probably need to be a little bit clearer about what we actually mean. So for example, in ISA 330, explore, which I'm happy with, explore, but I actually don't understand this explore. How to consistently prompt means how do you use nature, time and extent to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence? We really need to clarify what that actually means, consistently prompt. And then in terms of it's issue 2 on 500. I think this one is more about clarity in the application material. There is a lot in 220 on biases already as well. And Ada raised that point about 500. So if you do want to do that, it's how they interplay and how they're connected, which is important. And then in terms of, issue number 3, and it's on 500, and it's the point there, the second star. I'm not sure what this means. It says clarify requirements that apply when the auditor obtains audit evidence that's inconsistent. Does this mean here are the requirements in the ISAs that you follow in this situation, or does it mean to introduce new requirements? It's not actually clear what you're trying to do. The clarify doesn't work. It needs to be more exact about what you're trying to achieve. And that is it on the first objective. On the second objective, in terms of, I'll be quick, Tom, and I can feel him burning next to it. Second objective. This one about the test of controls and whether test of controls can also separately fulfill other purposes. I think this is really, really important, and I'm really, really happy to see that there. And that could also mean, scary for Ada, I know, that we might actually have to change the definition and rethink it, but testing controls is such a critical part of an audit. I think this is definitely worth looking at. And that was the other points are just points of editorial. That's all. Thank you.
I was happy to hear all of your issues on the actions. Okay. So I think that covers issues 5 to 8. Do you think we could get through the issues 9 through 16 before our next break, or people want to break now? Let's break now, and then we'll come back to 9 to 16 after the break. So we'll break till 1:30, and we'll continue with the rest of the project proposal. Good progress so far. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to the table. Let's get back to the table, please. Okay, you will have received an email related to sub-targeted revisions of 5,000. I'm asking you, please read that during the reading period we have assigned. I know everyone's very diligent here and is all excited about 5,000 approval on Friday, but we have allocated reading time, and we really need to focus on the remaining parts of this project proposal. So please give full attention to that. Okay, Jasper and team, I think we're going to go to the final bit of questions 3 and 4, both 3 and 4, Josephine, for objective BII, auditor's use of technology, issues 9 and 16, inclusive of proposed actions, Josephine. Okay. You got Jasper and the team. Do you want to give any introduction?
Not really, Tom, other than the fact that as we reflected from yesterday's discussion with the board, much of the proposed actions relating to technology would need further enhancement as we further refine some of the gap analysis that we performed going into the December board meeting.
Great. Okay, so we're on issues 9 through 16. Okay, Josephine.
Thank you. And I guess this is slightly to the point Ado already raised, but in your issue 9, bullet point 2, and that's someone that's just arrived at my doorbell. I don't know what's happening today. Sorry, everyone. I can't answer it, obviously. Developing a conditional requirement and relevant application material that applies if the auditor uses ATT. As you probably already know, you heard me say, if the principle is there, it doesn't need to be expanded with the littering the word technology into it. So let's be really, really careful about that. And I think also Warren made a similar point. And then in terms of develop application material that describes automated tools and techniques, I think the technology paper was trying to move us away from this phraseology, which I think is very good and also will bring us more in line with IAASB and their approach. So perhaps we need to make sure that the language in this paper is consistent with the position from that perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? My sense is because okay, Ada?
And good on you. My comment is in respect of issue 13. And in respect to the actions, where under 330, first bullet, says explains use new and emerging technologies by management, yada, yada, yada. And I'm thinking, is that really a 330 issue, or should that not be in 315? And that's and similarly, the second bullet feels more like a 500 issue than a 330 issue. So it suggests staff consider placement thereof. Thank you.
Eric.
And this comment may have been made by others at different times, but I just wondered if there's an overlap in issue 12 with ISA 520 and how those two tie together with some of the actions.
Renan?
Thank you, Tom. In the point 9, I don't understand if you are trying to develop 3 different application material or just one application material that cover the 3 points. If is the second option, I believe that you should adjust this wording. Thank you.
Sue?
Thanks. So I think in this section, I don't think there's very much that's tying into 520. So I think there's clearly that piece that we've talked about before. And in issue 9, I think in particular, there's discussion around application material, and I think in this area where there's such change in technology, keeping that current is going to be a real challenge. So that's somewhere where I would suggest maybe thinking about referencing non-authoritative guidance or what have you as well. I think that's it. Thanks. Oh, sorry, I had the same point as Ada about 315 in issue 13.
Okay, anyone else? Hankin, is it back to you?
Those are very good points. Just want to get back to Eric. I think issue number 12 as to whether there's a very specific reason why SAPs are not covered in that, because there's already a specific requirement that deals with dealing with expectations or differences in expected amounts, and those are already addressed elsewhere in the project proposal. But we'll consider your feedback nonetheless.
Okay. Any other comments on this section? And we'll see some probable movement on this section as we coordinate with our technology work. Okay, should we move to the next slide?
So the next two questions really are the first one relating to the project timeline. And then as you could see right now, it's clearly just a placeholder with just an expectation that the project will be accomplished in a matter of about 2 years. But more to come in the next iteration of the project proposal. And then maybe I open it up, Tom, for feedback from the board on that point.
We're just dealing with question 5 right now, right? Okay. Eric?
And this comes back to 500, and it's not entirely clear to me how that's going to play out. I mean, if a lot of the matters that have already been discussed and debated in 500 are confirmed again, I'm just wondering whether there's a potential to move 500 faster.
Sue?
And a similar theme to Eric, really. I think, you've got in paragraphs 31, 32 about not reopening matters that have already been debated. And I think that's entirely appropriate. But when we talk in the later stages about the timetable, it's exposing the 3 standards, which is suggesting re-exposing 500 after it's got to the stage it has. So I just wonder whether there's something around the phraseology as to how you describe what may or may not be exposed on 500 to at least provide flexibility for the fact that you don't necessarily want to reopen things that have been exposed, debated and concluded on. And yeah.
Okay, anyone else? So we'll think about some flexibility in the language there. I guess the board will have to think of everything in its overall context, though, and see what the right path is. But we can make our own determinations about what needs to get exposed and what's not. Okay, I think that addresses question 5, and we'll see more detail on that in December. Thank you.
I think the last question really is anything else under the sun that you'd like to provide as feedback on other aspects of the project proposal that we have not discussed in the plenary. Everything is welcome, all is welcome.
Okay, this is, what are we missing? Sue?
So usually when we talk about the outreach that's been done, we're talking about it being focused on, North America or what have you. The feedback I had in some of the outreach was that particularly the review of inspection reports was quite focused on the EU, Canada, and just a question really whether there was more outreach or whether it's been covered by some of the other broader regulatory interactions, particularly in areas like Asia Pacific and Africa, Middle East. So just pick up and get input from those.
Wendy?
Just to follow on to Sue, we might consider feedback from peer reviewers, which is not necessarily the engagements that are under regulation. There's probably some fairly good insight to support or be able to say, this is just not about regulation because the same feedback is coming from non-regulated inspectors.
Sammy?
Yes, thank you. Just to Sue's point, one of the things that we realize much during the inspection process, it might be an overarching thing that can constitute a basis or a root cause for so many of the deficiencies that we encounter. And this is about the mindset of the engagement team. So usually, or not usually, but a number of times, the engagement team, when they look at the standards, they look at it as like a checklist or like, let's just tick the box. But it's not like, let's really apply the substance of the standards. So let's say, for example, we're talking about fraud discussion. You might find in the file just 2 lines there. What are the most important accounts susceptible to fraud? Okay, it's revenue because it's susceptible to management override of controls. And so on. We'll consider it as a significant risk. We'll test the controls and so on. But why, for example, it's revenue? What's there in revenue that make it more susceptible? How the process work? Where do you find the risk? And so on. Same thing for controls. Sometimes we find that whether it is in the file or whether also from the verbal discussions that we have with the team, we'll find that some of the controls are just copy pasted from year to year. We'll compare the general ledger to the subsidiary ledger, make sure they reconcile. Okay, what's the risk there? What does it help you cover? It's just, it's always being done. And I know I talked about fraud. I'm not trying to address 240 in here. I know that 240 will be addressed tomorrow, but this is just one example of how the thinking behind the process happens so many times. So this is an issue that we always encounter, and we feel that it's a reason behind so many of the deficiencies that we find. Now, if you ask me how this can be handled within the standards, I'm still not sure, to be honest, but it's an issue that we always see. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
Just a question. Oh, did you want to respond to something, Anna? Okay. Just a question, and it ties to our conversation yesterday. So this is a project proposal for 500, 330, 520. And there's technology included in here, and there's some proposed actions included in here. Are those proposed actions solely in the context of those 3 standards, or it might be that our response to these issues means that standard setting action lives in another standard that's not part of this project? Have we put in something in here to that effect? Because this is a project proposal specific to those 3 standards, I'm just wondering if we need to somehow signal the fact that the answer might not be in these 3 standards. The answer might be informed by other research or other outreach or other activities that might inform us to say we need this actually in a different standard than one of these 3. I didn't find it in here. I'm just wondering if it'd be worth including something like that.
Anna or Henkin?
Thank you. I wasn't actually going to initially think about responding to you, but I love that you've asked this question, because one thing we wanted to ask was for any suggested or input into language that would allow for that possibility, because the intention is not to say, well, if the solution is ultimately, it can only sit in one of these would be best placed outside of one of these three standards, we're going to kick the can down the road further and deal with it eventually. But we are aware that we do not currently have explicit language in there that would potentially open it. So the intention of including a relevant standard heading in above some of the proposed actions in technology was intended to allow for that additional flexibility. But your input and suggestions on how to make that clear without, I suppose, falling into the ever-ending scope creep potential was something that was on, we were just discussing how to access. Having said that, the reason that I raised my 10 card is because I suppose, Sammy, you make a very good point about behavior and ultimately mindset leading to behaviors. And I suppose the question that seems to come out of your comments was around, to what extent can our standards actually influence behavior? And I suppose in articulating a lot of the actions, a lot of the explore that a lot of you pointed out previously is in that context to actually see, is there a standard-based response that could actually help encourage the right kind of thinking? And so that objective around encouraging professional skepticism and so on is really geared in that mindset. And so, I guess I just wanted to say that we have very much been I guess, thinking about how to be able to propose actions that are not just, let's add some application material that talks about the importance of mindset, but thinking about exploring, well, how else can we actually encourage a behavior that would demonstrate the right mindset? And so I'm thinking in particular, I think, Eric, maybe you pointed out one of or actually maybe Josephine, pointed out the language of one of the actions, said something about exploring how to prompt something. And we can definitely revisit that language. I appreciate it doesn't land very well when I say it out loud. But really the concept of that action was really to explore, well, okay, if in general there are findings that there's these default behaviors, and Sammy, to your point, those root causes being a lot of defaulting to what we know and what is comfortable and what might have happened a previous year, how can we encourage that pause to go, am I going down the right track? So that was sort of the intention of some of those actions that maybe currently sound a bit more I hesitate to say wishy-washy on something that ends up on public record, but here we are. So I just wanted to, add that as a thought.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. Any other comments? So there is undoubtedly some work left to go, but I saw pretty strong support for the direction that this is headed. Remember, question 6 was about this is the time to say if we were missing something, and then get a sense that anyone thought that was the case, that we got some good input. And so I think we're on a good track, assuming the technology coordination continues to happen. And we're responsive to the comments we heard today to approve this project proposal in December. Jasper, you want to bring?
If we can go to the next slide, I think it's the way forward, Tom. So it's I also want to thank everyone for their input. I thought it was really good session. If you have any offline comments, please send them to the team, so we can consider those as well. And we might reach out to some of you as well on specific points. The other thing what we will do, we'll continue our information gathering activities, and we'll take into account, for example, Sue's point on not trying to focus on more global, at least for the inspection findings, and maybe some of the other things we're doing to make sure that we have a global coverage. So yeah, we will of course continue liaising with different groups, get the input from the focus groups, and I think we're well on track on approving this in December. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, and just a reminder that this is one of our staff-driven model projects, and one of the things I've been encouraging the team is broad and frequent outreach to board members throughout the process. So if you have something on your mind or they have something on their mind, we want expect to be contacted or reach out because we really are trying to have regular interaction, not with just a small group of board members, but a broader group as well. So don't be surprised, even if you're not on the focus group, that you get an outreach about, I want to work through this question. I'm trying to articulate this, or you raised this at this board meeting. This is what we're thinking about. And so that's very much part of the staff-driven model from a cultural standpoint and action standpoint that I think is really important. Okay. I think the team did a great job. So well done to the team and a great set of proposals. I mean, great set of work and the project proposals in really good shape for approval. Anything, Lily, you want to add in terms of this topic? What I propose now is you did get an email. And we are going to go back to sustainability assurance targeted issues later this afternoon. I think we're about oh, sorry, Dave. I wanted to call on you. I forgot. So enthusiastic.
I know, I'm so little. I'm hard to see sometimes. I did have a couple of comments, Tom, so thanks, and sorry for the interruption, but thanks. I just wanted to make sure we got them in at the same time we're having the discussion. I certainly like the direction of this project, and I think the feedback that the board members have provided has been very valuable today. A few more specific points. I think the integration between this and the preliminary technology position can be very valuable and have a positive impact on practice. I also appreciate the focus in here on internal controls, and I believe that an auditor's consideration and possible reliance on internal controls is a really important part of the audit. So I think that will be important. I do get a little bit concerned that when we throw out the word scalability, what we're trying to say is that for small audits, we can ignore ill-designed internal controls, and especially basic controls like segregation of duties and the impact that that could have on an audit. And I wouldn't want to lose that focus in dealing with that. And then I think I agree with you, Ado, and a comment that you made, although if this isn't what you said, I don't mean to attribute it to you. As I read through this, I saw the language proliferation of look-back provisions as sort of a bias against the look-back provisions in the standards. And I'm concerned that that kind of bias would take out look-back provisions on significant judgments and estimates, that individual significant judgments and estimates that's really important, along with the certainly a look-back provision on the financial statements taken as a whole. So that was it, Tom.
Thank you. Sorry, Dave. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Josephine. Where we will be is that we're going to move things up. I think we could reconvene rather than at 4, at 3. We still will have an hour break. If we're a few minutes late, just be patient. There's a couple things that we're doing some filming for outreach videos for the not so distant future, so that may be the slight delay. But we'll intend to restart at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, Josephine?
Thank you. And Jasper, don't forget to think about the risk of material disappointment when you're drawing up your various solutions to the various issues. So yes, you've got now you should see in your inbox agenda item 2H, which is selected paragraphs, and they're marked from agenda items 2B.1 and 2B.2. We focused, as Billy said this morning, on just that minor change to the definition of components. And of course, we have A18, which is the supporting application material, which we've adjusted to remove the concept of operational control. And what we've also done is we presented some application material paragraphs, because we did get quite a few comments on Monday that there was some confusion between what's a scope limitation, what's an inherent limitation, and let's not confuse those. So we've been through a number of paragraphs and we've tidied those up. So hopefully you will see now that we've made it very clear, and we've also focused very much on, whilst understanding there may be inherent limitations, ultimately the practitioner is required to obtain sufficient appropriate assurance evidence. In terms of the other changes to the standard to remove the concept of operational control, by some luck, there is actually an example in the paper in application material A241 where you can see it from the preparer's perspective. But because there's quite a few fiddly little changes, we didn't want to rush those back to you. But we will present a couple of extra examples on the slides this afternoon at 3 o'clock, so you can see from the preparer's perspective what we're thinking, and also from the practitioner's perspective what we're thinking. But ultimately, it's to remove those operational control comments that are in the standard. I think there is only about 25 actual references to them, so there aren't that many. So yes, happy reading. It shouldn't take you any more than about 20 minutes to get through it. So we'll be ready at 3 for comments, and we're looking forward to your comments then. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, so we're gonna break right now for an hour, and we'll reconvene and we'll turn back to sustainability. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I just wanted to update you because I was thinking we don't have protocol for when we're missing a chair and a vice chair, so. But they are caught up in the recording, so they just let me know we will start at 3:15, so they're just finishing the video recording.
I would like to go ahead, but we'll wait for my vice chair and chair of the task force to arrive and a few others. Sorry to be late. Okay, welcome back. Sorry to be a little late. But I think we have time to go through this. We're gonna go back to ISSA 5000, agenda item 2H, which relates to the targeted issues. I'm gonna hand the floor over to Dan right now, and Dan will lead us through them.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom. And I'm going to start with the first couple of matters. We've kind of broken it up into three tranches, if you will. And then Claire will help out on the last bit. But if we could move to the next slide, we'll start with this the matter that was talked about this morning during the joint session, and that's the whole notion of the definition of a component and how we refer to group and value chain components in ISSA 5000. And Willie explained this this morning already, so I won't go into a whole lot of detail, but it is in response to number one, some of the comments that the board raised on Monday with respect to the notion of operational control. And those same types of matters, maybe in a little bit different sense, but the same concerns were raised by IAASB board members. So we've had another look at it, as Willie explained this morning, and now have done a couple of things. So in the definition of a component, we've deleted the essential application material that was there that referred to operational control. And then in paragraph A18, kind of taken a different tack in terms of the identification of group and value chain components. So we already had, and Willie mentioned this morning, already had a convenient hook here to paragraph A36. And A36 already mentioned that the framework criteria may indicate that the sustainability information or the entities that might be included in that sustainability information should be the same entities that would be included in the group financial statements. So that seemed like a very logical and practical way of thinking about this. It also has the added benefit of better alignment with the IAASB code and the way they think about the differential independence requirements for related entities. So this was part of the discussion we had in the joint working session yesterday. That was referred to today. And this has been shared, the wording in A18 and the change to the definition has been shared with our IAASB colleagues, and they are supportive of what has been done here. They think it is very much in alignment with the way they are thinking about their provisions in the code. The only other thing I would say about A18 is just a reminder that the identification of components is a practitioner-driven concept. So for purposes of planning and performing the engagement, the practitioner is going to go about identifying the components where work might be performed. And it's tied in, obviously, with the definition of component, an entity, business unit, function, or business activity, or some combination thereof. So that's why the A18 is drafted to say, well, the practitioner has gone through that process of identifying components. And if you identify some of those things, an entity, a business unit, activity, function, whatever it is, that is part of the group financial statements, then that also would be, those entities would be, or functions, business units would be part of the a group component for purposes of ISSA 5000. And then essentially anything else would be considered a value chain component. And essentially that's entities upstream or downstream from we'll call it the main group, the controlled group. So the task force thought that this was as I said, a more practical way of approaching this. Then we also mentioned that we would have a look throughout the standard for references to operational control. I think Willie mentioned this morning that there were some 20-odd paragraphs where operational control was mentioned, and we had a few other places where we've had references to either value chain or group entity, value chain entity components and the like. So we did a scrub, and if you could move to the next slide. We wanted to give you just a couple of examples of places where the task force has applied and staff has applied as a particular principle. So in essence, I think Billy might have mentioned that this morning as well. If you're looking through the lens of the preparer, we have removed any reference to operational control and basically just talked about control, or even shortened it further. So these couple of paragraphs that you see on the slide here are examples of that. Also in agenda item 2H, a couple of other examples are paragraph A241 and A255. And I see already we may have gotten just a little bit overzealous in the amendment to the first sentence of A255, because it's now a little bit out of alignment with A241. And probably those words outside of the entity's control need to be added back in paragraph A255. At least that's kind of hearing through the grapevine. Somebody had identified that one. So so that's the preparer lens. If we go to the next slide, the principle we were applying, looking at this from the practitioner lens, we shortened things in some places. Just back up one more. Thank you. Shorten things just to refer to group components and value chain components. And there were a few places in the application material where that was the case. These are just examples. Obviously, the board will see the full turnaround and can look at other places, but I did want to articulate for you the general principles that staff and the task force had followed. So, Tom, maybe it makes sense to stop here and on this particular issue, see if the board has any comments on what has been done in this particular area on the definition of component, paragraph A18, and maybe just any thoughts on the general direction on these principles that I mentioned for the preparer and practitioner lens. Thanks.
Okay. Renat?
Thank you. Well, I agree with the approach of the group, and I agree with reintroduce the phrase in A255. Thank you.
Okay. Ada?
Yes, thank you. So I am also happy with where we're going. There's still an underlying concern at what IAASB is doing, but we've all heard their commitment, and we hope that the PIOB will hold them to account. Maybe a suggestion for further simplification in the last or the second to last sentence of A18. It goes about other entities within the reporting boundary that are part of the reporting entities upstream and downstream. Just wondering whether we can delete the within the reporting boundary, because I think it's unnecessary there and it distracts from the upstream downstream. So that would be a suggestion in respect of A18. We're not in, oh yeah, and then in A241, the second bullet, you've taken operational control out, but I was just wondering whether we can simplify it even further by taking the entire outside of the entities control out as well. Thank you.
Which paragraph was that one, Ada?
A241, the second bullet. So the third sentence in there, it says information from value chain entities, where you've taken operational out, but I would suggest to take outside of the entities control out as well. We've already described now in A18 what value chain entities are.
I think we're describing in A18 what value chain components are, but we're not describing value chain entities. So I think in this instance, it just might be better to keep it in just for clarification.
So maybe I'm then getting this wrong, but I think the second to last sentence in A18 describes what value chain entities are, and then the last sentence describes what value chain components are.
Sorry, I'm with you now. Yes, apologies. Okay, thank you, Ada.
Okay. Sue?
Thanks, and thank you to the team. I'm supportive of the direction here and look forward to seeing the rest of it. That's really helpful. I've got a very small drafting suggestion on A18, which I'll send in offline. It's as with Ada, I think there's simplification options. On A256, you've added and tidied up in the middle that we get to the practitioner may have a scope limitation. I wondered then whether we needed all of the final sentence, because that's then talking about the qualified conclusion or whatever. There might be an opportunity to just flow that on maybe and simplify there. And then in A292, on the third bullet, there's an addition about the practitioner needing to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. And I wondered there, in terms of completing the loop, whether we make a hook back to A256 to talk about what to do if they don't get sufficient evidence. Thank you.
Sue, will you send us those? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wendy?
Okay, so I too like the general direction. It's hard sometimes to do it in separate little paragraphs without seeing the whole thing. And I also have some wordsmithing that I will send in on A18. I'm not sure we need to refer to A36. And we may need to bring back in group sustainability instead. I don't like a lot of cross references. I'd rather it be in the paragraph. And then I have some other, just like, there's some words that I don't know what they mean. Like in A255, the applicable criteria may provide certain reliefs. And so I have some wordsmithing for making that clearer. And then I was wondering in A255 if I'm fine with it in A255, but in the middle it says, regardless of any limitations on management's ability to obtain information from such value chain entities, the practitioner is required. So that sounds like a requirement to me. So I was wondering if it should be in the requirement, or I'm okay to leave it here, but every time I see the word required, it sounds like a hidden requirement. It is a requirement, but should it be in the requirement and not in the application material? That's it. Thank you.
Sachiko?
Thank you. I just want to say I also support the direction. I think it's simpler and similar to Ed. My remaining observation is coordination with IAASB, and hopefully it will be resolved. Thank you.
Edo?
Yes, apologies. I wasn't complete in providing my comments. And Sue triggered me in respect of A256. I think the fact pattern articulated there, if sufficient appropriate evidence cannot be obtained through alternative procedures, I think the practitioner doesn't, there's not a may involved there. That is the definition of a scope limitation. So I think that should be an is, and in that case, I would like that last sentence to stay because it clarifies what the implication is. And then in respect of 292, and thank you very much by addressing my key concern. Just wanted to go on record for that. But the addition in the third bullet of A292 starts with an however. But the however doesn't relate to that last sentence, but the sentence before. So suggesting some to keep the concept, but maybe start with regardless of any limitation that may exist, yada, yada, yada. I've sent the text in to consider. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks. Yeah, supportive of the direction. I've got two comments on A256, the very last sentence of that paragraph, which is not been changed. I realize that that paragraph actually seems to conflict with the requirement in paragraph 182, which sets out that when you have a scope limitation, there's actually three options that you have to consider or apply. And so I wondered if that last sentence could in fact be simplified to just say that when there's a scope limitation, the practitioner is required to comply with the requirement in paragraph 182. And my second point is in A292, where we've added the however sentence. To me, it's a bit too definitive to say nonetheless needs to obtain sufficient appropriate audit sufficient appropriate evidence. And I do feel it sort of conflicts with the way we've dealt with it in A553, where we've talked about the practitioner's responsibility for obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence. So my suggestion would be to conform that last sentence in A292 to say something about the practitioner nonetheless has the responsibility to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence about the information reported by management. And that would be consistent with A553 in my view. Thanks.
Anyone else? I get a sense of general support for the direction the task force is headed on this one, but with a number of suggestions and refinements.
Thanks to the board, and we'll take those comments on board and go back, make some final tweaks for the turnaround document that you will see tomorrow. We go to the next slide. This was what I was going to tell you before we got into all this discussion on value chain. So I'm not going to tell you now. But this, I think it was obvious that based on the board discussion on Monday, that there were some revisions that were needed in particular to paragraphs A255 and 256 and A553, which we will get into in just a bit. So thank you for all your comments on the value chain bits as well. But now we can move forward to the last little piece here on inherent limitations, and I'm going to turn to my
esteemed
colleague. Claire, to start us off here. If we do need to come back to A553, I may pitch in, but we'll let Claire take the lead here.
Thank you, Dan, very much. So in relation to inherent limitations, we had inserted a new paragraph in paragraph 187. It's HIVA, and that was a new requirement under the practitioner's responsibilities relating to forward-looking information. And on Monday, the board was concerned about having limitations relating to forward-looking information covered under practitioner's responsibilities. And I think you emphasised that management really needs to make those statements first, and this sort of implied that the practitioner was sort of taking responsibility for that. So several members recommended moving that material up into paragraph 187G, which is where inherent limitations are covered off. And alternatives were also suggested of, if we didn't do that, to move it into application material to that paragraph 187G on inherent limitations. So we had a look at that and decided to delete the paragraph on forward-looking information and incorporate the key concept as an example within 187G, which we thought worked really well. And that meant that we could, instead of putting wording that we had, the more slightly detailed wording that we had previously in 187H IVA, we could pare it down to quite a simplified addition to 187G and instead lean on, if you will, the application material in paragraph A553A. Now, conveniently, that paragraph sat right below the application material existing on inherent limitations. So all we had to do was remove the headings between them, and then that just all links together as a nice package on inherent limitations, including the value chain inherent limitations that are discussed in the paragraph above. So now we have one inherent limitation paragraph 187G with a grouping of application material. So I don't think I need to say any more, but just open to your comments on that.
Okay. Inherent limitations. Robert.
since I discussed this issue quite a few times or raised the issue quite a few times, you might expect a comment from myself, from my side, as you have made some changes here. I just want to comment that I view these changes positively. So I very much can live with it. Thank you.
Sue?
I also thought the changes here were helpful. Just a couple of smaller comments on A553. In the previous drafting, it was talking about limitations on management's ability to obtain information from value chain entities. That's now changed to their ability to evaluate information. And I stumbled a little bit over that, whether it should be slightly broader, whether it's maybe obtain and assess or something. We tend to use evaluate in the context of the practitioner's work. So I just wondered about looking at the wording there. And then probably a question in relation to A553A. In 553, there's a final sentence that's been added about the description not implying that the practitioner's responsibility for obtaining sufficient evidence is reduced with respect to the disclosures. And I just wondered whether an equivalent was needed in 553A, where we're talking about the again the description that's in the information. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else on inherent limitations? That means people are comfortable with the proposed changes. Okay, Claire, back to you. If anything else?
No, that's great feedback, and thanks for those suggested changes that we'll have a look at. And I think they'd be straightforward to incorporate. So thank you very much. I think that wraps up what we were going to cover today, Tom.
Okay. Robert,
Yeah, I would like to make an additional comment about something which we do not see here on the slide, but what I raised on Monday, and you might have in mind that I that I addressed two additional issues about practitioners' responsibilities in relation to value chain information. And it appears that also the comment letter that we received, I think, Sunday night, by IFAC and PAG addressed to Tom, also addressed these matters regarding practitioners' responsibilities. I do recognize that at this stage it would be difficult to provide additional application material in the standard. However, I consider these issues as very important for international harmonization of practitioners' report. And if this cannot be provided in the application material as of now, I would regard it as important to provide it in the first time implementation guidance to address these issues. So I ask for some kind of a firm commitment by the task force for inclusion of these matters in the implementation guidance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robert.
I'm happy to respond if. I'm happy to respond.
I think,
would you like to?
Yeah, I think the task, he was suggesting something for the task force to consider tonight as you reconvene. I don't think that a commitment's necessary yet. Okay, Claire, you want to summarize up? Or are we done with this section? Okay. Does anyone want to explain what the timing of the draft is again? Is it the same expectation for Thursday?
Yeah, so we're hoping to, we're in very good shape actually, and then we'll say we just need to look at the comments that we received today. Thank you very much, everybody, and just turn those around, as it were, but hopefully you'll see it lunchtime tomorrow. Thank you.
Right. Okay. but we will not use board time to read the draft. We'll use our reading time for that. Okay, I think we're done with that. I did want to not be delinquent again on this. Dave, any observations from a PIOB perspective?
Thanks, Tom. The only thing I would say, first of all, thanks for the discussion and for the quick turnaround on those items. I was given feedback during the discussion from Ado that the PIOB hold IAASB's feet to the fire with respect to this. And we have asked and have asked earlier this week as well that the coordination task force continue to operate through the finalization of the IAASB standard. And I'd like to add also the first time implementation materials, just so we assure that that the people who are in the details are raising these issues up so that they can be addressed. Thanks.
Okay, great. I think that will close our public session. So thank you to the YouTube observers and all the observers in the room for following our activities. Reminder that we are slated to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And there is a get together for the team here tonight, board, TAs, staff, that begins at 5:30 p.m. 5:30 p.m. at time in Bahamas. So thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of the afternoon. I assume we have a couple of meetings. No meetings, it says. No meetings. Wow. No task force meetings this afternoon. Yes. It's still too early, Gato, for that. Okay. Thank you.
Tom, I'm not sure everyone knows about Tommy Bahamas for tonight, as in the location. And
So it's one of the,